Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. Is the game on NBC? I'm up. I need to run some numbers by you when you go live here. Let's see it, brother. His name is Wilson. He started off in France. He's come to Sunderland to make the Mackems dance. He gets the ball in. You know a goal scored. His name is Wilson. 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 He's dude, my voice is gone. Completely shattered. Mumbo's really early. Yeah, dude, we're doing a footy watch along. Footy watch along. United. United. You're a Chelsea fan? Hey, GG, brother. Not much you can do, man. Is what it is. Please, whatever happens from this point on, can you promise me one thing? That Chelsea will not buy the Conte regen of Noah Siddiqui? Can you make me that promise? You played well? Yeah, that's all you can really do when you go on the road, man. Set up shop defensively and hit on the counter. So it worked out if you're buying bids under 200, the market price, and complete the SBC, you would need to sell 34 of them to cover the price of a premium mixed league SBC. Bid 200 under the current buy nows of Libin Suds, you're saying? Silver Libs. Nice. Watch the game. Dude, Siddiqui is every blade of grass. He's everywhere. He had one play where he potentially could have costed, but defensively he positioned himself well. It was on that over-the-top ball where he let it bounce. And then instead of going for the second one, he let it bounce again. Luckily, Sunderland got back, but that could have been bad. What's the gold lib filter again? Yeah, I'll pull it up real quick. So you do gold lib. This works best after new content when there's more supply. But you check the prices of stuff. Okay, okay. I think I was right. Okay. So, boys. I think there's a chance we see the gold rares hit 5K potentially. So right now they're still hovering around 3K. And then you compare price off the card. I personally wouldn't be doing this right now. I'd wait until after new content when we get supply. But this would be how you run it. And then you'd find one. You're not trying to win it, but we're trying to compare price off of it. So you then look for open bids. It's like this person's bidding 2.7. They're going to be making 300 plus per card on those for 2.7. Instead of libs lazy listed, all bought 2K. Am I cooked? No. Think of it like this. If new content causes them to crash in price and they basically half, you get to pick up so many for cheap that are going to rebound, without a doubt. If they stay relatively the same price or even go up after new content, you'll continue to pick up more and flip. No matter what, you put yourself in prime position. And even if you chuck some in your club at a higher price than you're comfortable with, the flips make the coins back. So it's really a very minimal risk idea. Are you using in plain sight bidding right now? Trying to learn your method? We're just kind of checking prices right now. I'm filling up. So I'm going to make a video for Pale Tools tomorrow. I'm going to record it partly on stream today and then I think partly off. We're going to do a tutorial on how to do Pale Tools for SPC Solutions to speed everything up. Different filters that might work well. We're going to talk through suggestions with you guys today. But what I'm going to do on a day-to-day basis, I'm starting to think, is we're going to keep all suds in my club. So if we go to the lib and sud section, you'll see I should have like 0 lib cards anymore besides the golds. Unless I got something untradeable. All these are suds that I picked up, I think, last night to this morning. I'm just going to keep these as ones we constantly do the SBC with 5 to 10 times a day. Unreal win from Sunderland? Yes, sir. Bounce back method can be a good way to get libs and suds. It's not necessarily needed, though. Do you think EA will change the requirements of the premium mixed leagues because of how hard it is to get libs? I don't think so. I think libs are always going to have the value. We show you how to get them easily. And with the risen prices, how to save coins on them. So you could do in plain sight right now if you wanted. My only issue with in plain sight right now is prices will still probably drop a little bit more. So if you're fine with that, you can go for it. $2K is not bad. Let's try it right now. Ooh. Is the market glitched a little bit? Unreal win for Sunderland. Dude, that was a wild game, man. Made 500k profit from selling all libs and sud bronzes at peak earlier today. Hey, W, man. What are the bronzes at right now? Does anyone know? All right. United game starting. Anyone know when our easy fixtures end? Jacob, I heard that we have the easiest schedule out of everyone and that we should, without a doubt, get less points than Southampton did last season, which I don't know how that's possible. I think we're expected to get a point deduction or something. But, yeah. I was told by reliable sources we'd be the worst Premier League team ever. They're 1,800? Yeah, the most, the best flips right now are probably going to be the silver rares, would be my guess. The Lib squad is screwing me over. It doesn't need to. It can be the thing that makes you the most coins out of anything. Are you buying that cards that quickly? Am I sniping this quickly? What do you mean? Oh, I don't think I'm that fast. I just snipe it before the message comes up. So the do you want to pops up. I go up and yes, but I do it before the message pops up. It like works half the time, the other half it like glitches, it feels like. Yeah, the silver rares are going to have the most value right now. I still expect these to drop a little more. We'll probably be able to snipe from like 1,500 to 1,800 after new content. But we'll still make coins on them right now. If they keep dropping in price, that is a good problem to have. We'll club stock the drop in price. Evening, sir. Thanks for cooking us today. Hey, no problem, brother. Anytime. Sunderland is always available to do that. See last message? What'd you say? I'm going to get cooked. No coins. Just 50K left and 50 lips for 2K bought. Lazy, 2,600. Should I sell for 2K and buy after content? If you just want to sell them right now and then continue bidding and flipping, you can. I mean, same with no coins is probably not the best idea. But I would probably, if you can, look at Silver Eredivisie in League One. Are the bronzes still down? Bronzes are all 200 plus. So you could mass bet on all bronzes for 150 and probably sell for 250 on a ton. Silvers, though, are all 300 plus. So you could sit on a 200 bed or a 200 snipe and make easy coins this way as well. You also look for the higher rated ones. You go to 250 on like the 73s. Double the coins on that one minimum. I do things like that. Yeah, guys, we're going to do League SBC runs a little after new content. We're going to show you guys kind of how we're tracking the prices into 6 p.m. before we get started. All right, so prices are falling nicely on the commons. We'd love to see that. So those keep dropping. But the way I'm doing this right now, too, I have no Lib Silvers in my club. I only have Sud ones in my club to do the SBC right now. So let's say, hypothetically, the ones I'm buying currently, and I'm listing up right away, let's say these continue to drop and everything gets below, like, 1,800 or 1,500. What I'll do then is I'll take what's on my transfer list, and I'll chuck it all into my club, because we don't have anything in there. And then the new cards we buy at the lower prices, we'll continue flipping those and storing those in the club and selling those back. So that's my plan at the moment. So we can still engage in making coins on the way down, even if prices continue to drop. What are you guys' score predictions for the United Brighton game? 2-1? But you all for 139K, like 20 Wolves players for 1K. Nice. And 150K left. I just don't actually think running the Premium Mixed League right now is the play. It's very inflated. I can't believe how much the libs are right now. Redacted again, buddy. It comes down to what your goals are. Because it's inflated, it's the same as last year. A lot of people aren't going to do it because it's inflated. The price really doesn't matter if you're doing under 5 runs a day. Because the only section you're really paying for is the lib and sud. So even if it's inflated price... Oh, wall back. Let's go. What a ball, mate. Don't let prices be a thing to stop you if you want to do at least a few runs a day. To like really grind, it can be more difficult to do for profit for sure without the flips. But then at that point, if you're really wanting to grind, most of us don't care about the profit at that point. GG Sunderland, second in the league. Hey, man. I'll take any spot above relegation at this point. 400. I understand what you're saying. I just can't be bothered to trade. I like competitive market where it's hard to get those bids in. But are you bidding the bottom of the barrel market? Because if you're doing the in plain sight bids and snipes, you avoid that whole market completely. That's not a problem in the slightest. Does that fall? Dude, I need to put an AirPod in, man. One second. Is it broken? Nah, it's broken. It's not even charged. That's stupid, dude. Best pack is Akimi and tradable. Where I need to trade about 30-40 before it pays the minimum to pay out League SBCs. Keeper manager, he's so good tactically. Today was a masterclass. Thank you, buddy. We plan on it. That's why we give him a new contract. I sold my stock and now I'm on 2.2 mil. Thanks for all your advice. No problem, buddy. I used to go crazy and buy 30 sets of Coaches Ledesma Acuna, then fully club stock the Silver Libs and run through like 30 a day. But I couldn't do that right now. No way. Too many coins invested. I'd have no way to do too much trading to replace the coins. You're playing your weekend league this weekend or too much money to be made on market? Too much money to be made on the market. And the games I'm doing are going to be more probably objective based to get things done for Evos and stuff. We got to get the cutie patootie Siddiqui done. He's so close. Look at that card. Hope it settles down at some point. Also, rather salty. I sold 400 stock libs at 1.2 and they hit 2K. I just couldn't see a world where they'd actually hit 2K. It's unreal. Yeah, it's wild, man. How much profit did you make from buying rare silvers for 2K? When are we talking about me buying rare silvers for 2K? Because my answer differs. Right now, I'm just starting to. So, 0 right now. But last night, we were making really good coins. We were making like 400, 500 per card. Do you like collecting cards on Cardbox? What is Cardbox? Alright, if we could start getting 1900s, I think that's the next move. Cardboard. The only cards I collect are some Pokemon ones from back in the day. Besides that, I'm not really a card collector. Do I really want to put that into 4 runs of Premium Mixed League SBCs to cover the gap if we don't pack anything? Or do I want to hold the coins or buy informs at min price to lazy list, etc.? Not saying either way is correct, just the dilemma I'm in, because I love me some League SBCs. My whole stick, and I'll stick to this for even if they keep the requirements the exact same and we have similar prices in 2 weeks when the SBC goes away. My whole thing is I don't want you guys to feel like you can't do League SBCs at all. If you have to do them a little overpriced, or if you have to flip some to justify the ones you're sending in, if you have to do BPM to get some untradeable or some packed ones, do what you got to do is always going to be my thing. Because as someone who loves grinding the menus, we were praying for a menu grind. We finally have one. It's not exactly what we want with prices, but it's not going to stop us. You know what I mean? But also, too, on the flip side, again, it's you don't have to think of it day to day, but week to week. If prices get really low today, if they start going really down and you can win some crazy open bids, you're getting hundreds of cards. There's your opportunity to get all the League SBCs you want throughout the week for the lower price. Are they giving that a pen? Did they check it? I didn't see it. I gotta watch it back. They're passing around like they're expecting it. Was it Ahmad that went down? If so, it's a pen. They better not touch my pretty Ahmad. Remember, we have the exact same Steam? Do we actually? Wait, really? Word for word, bar for bar? No shot. Now we don't. Ready for this? Now we don't. You don't have this beast. You don't have this beast. Yusef Arajo and Saliba. All right, how long till new content? 12 minutes? Let's go. Let's go. What are your predictions? Late night Lib and Sud, silver rare prices? That kind of depends on what the golds get to. Right now, the golds are staying high. Oh. His pass kind of... his dribble kind of went away. Wasn't really building anything on that. I feel like that'd be harsh to give. There's contact, but... Made 500K from Lib and Sud cards, but wish I invested more. I feel that, man. I feel it. How's Pugman been? I haven't played a game with him yet, so. No clue. We got to record the second half of the RTG episode today. You just buying them for 1900 and selling a bit higher? We have a full video that will make you millions of coins this year that we uploaded yesterday on every filter possible. Right now, we're about to get heavy supply of bronzes and silvers onto the market with the weekly refresh of the Prime Bronze and the Prime Silver Players Packs. So, we're expecting price dips that we're going to buy into. But then we club stock in bulk once that happens. You see me listing into the lowering market right now. I'm not trying to sell the cards we're listing. We're trying to pick them up under the current buy now and see if we can get some lazy at current prices. But as they continue to drop, you'll see me chuck those libs into my club. We'll continue to pick up at the lower prices, both on snipes and bids. And then as they raise into the evening, make really good money on them. Yeah, the prices are still up on these guys. We need some supply in golds too. Otherwise, I see these golds continuing to rise. I don't want to bid 2.6 right now, or 2.7, even though you could probably get 3K by the end of the hour. I want to see what else we get and how it affects the market. But right now, all those are up. Did libs drop to 1900? As of right now, you can win them for a little less than that. They were all up to 2600 last night. And I expect them to drop more. I don't expect a complete drop, though. You could probably get some really good open bids an hour after new content. Because we're going to have a ton of people on these. So, we kind of want the market to start dipping before we really start buying. Is there a way to fix the bug market? I just always change what I put in as the filter. I keep it moving. Usually if I go to the web app or companion app, it somewhat fixes it, but even then it's very frustrating. Alright, let's clear our dupe storage a little bit. Mass bet on 2100 last night in silver rares. Anyone know the quickest way to do bronze upgrades without putting in useful leagues? Pale tools. Pale tools would be the quickest. You can set filters where you can exclude certain leagues or teams. Casemiro. Got around 100. Do you still have coins? Or are you out of all your coins? So all my libs are 2K. Hoping they go to 1.7, 1.5. And even if they don't go all the way down, as long as the market stabilizes, if you're picking up either below the buy now of everything and lazy listing a little above, or you're doing the in plain sight method with the more valuable cards at current buy nows and lazy listing a few hundred above, that in the moment should get sales. And oh no, that's out of pen. Still got 250K. Yeah, I would keep an eye on the market for sure. Can you get in trouble for using Pale Tools or Enhancer? Enhancer, I'm not sure. Pale Tools, as long as you're not using the sniping bot and you're sticking to the pack opening, animation cancel, and League SBC creation and stuff. Our whole community's been using it for like 2-3 years, and 0 people have ever gone banned. Good goal. Good goal. What a shot. What a play. Beautifully worked. That's fine. I still want to risk the account for bronzes, but I'll give it a try. No problem, buddy. Yeah, I was hesitant for a while, too, to use Pale Tools, but I've had zero issues for the past few years, and it's made content creation and building packs and just, in general, grinding the game so much easier. Do you think Libs and Suds are dropping today after content? I wouldn't give an exact price. I have an idea that they might get on bids. You could probably win them in an hour for maybe 1,500 and get a lot of snipes for under 1,800 because they're already dropping 1,900 from the 2,600 peak last night. So there's definitely opportunities. The issue is going to be how many people are going to be on these, because this is becoming one of those things that everyone is starting to understand. Everyone knows we're getting silver supply. Everyone knows the price of these. Everyone knows we're getting bronze supply. Everyone knows the price of these. Mumbo woke up early. I was watching Sunderland decimate a Club World Cup champion this morning. How embarrassing would that be if they actually aren't repeating and we completely missed it? Oh, they upped it. I didn't realize that. When did they change that? Voice is gone? Dude, it's shattered. I was screaming. When Wilson scored his equalizer, I did his chant for like 10 minutes. And then when Talby scored the game winner, when Brobby did the hold-up play in the box, baiting the defenders, and then he played it back to Talby, and Talby passed it into the bottom corner, my voice said, GG's. Yep, Sunderland scored a 90th minute winner. 2-1 at the bridge. Sold off all mine at the peak 2,600 just in case they don't go higher than that. And with the 500k coins, I'm going to reinvest when they're low and sell when they're up, hopefully, yeah. Think I should sell you all and they have 300k, buy silver libs to invest for 300k? If you're going to go in, it might make... I would get out of Yamal regardless to have the coins liquid to make any moves. But silver libs, if they do what they did like yesterday and the day before with rising throughout the day, that'd be really nice. The ones I'm really interested in is the open bids for the golds in a bit. Because the golds kept rising in buy nows. They were 2,300 to 2,400 relatively quickly. Lazy selling for 2,500 by the end of the hour earlier in the day. And they got up to 3.2k by the end of the hour last night for the gold rare libs. That's the 78 and 79 rated one. Silver libs still sell on in the hour for 2,400 on PC. Yeah, PC market's going to have his own fluctuations that you have to pay attention to. I didn't realize how much of a monster Ballard was until today. That dude didn't put a foot wrong. And if you paid attention to his passing, too, under pressure, that's like the best thing about him. Did you see the play in the first half when he regained possession? Progressive carried, found Xhaka, continued his run, and played like a cam for 30 seconds? Absolutely wild. Or how he was under pressure from the sideways pass. Instead of playing a congested ball back to Roofs and goal, he found our winger wide into space perfectly. Or no, he found Hume into space. Our right back. All right, 33 seconds, boys. Yeah, dude's a monster. He was one of those that I was hoping could make a step up to the Prem. He's done extremely well. Yeah, dude, Brabi as a super sub is a cheat code. Brabi and Gertruda, it's a shame they can't get in the team more. But when you're winning and playing well, it's hard to get in. You got to find your moments. Same with Talby. Talby is fantastic on that left side, as you saw today. All right, challenge SBC. What do we got? No new challenge SBC. Upgrade, we got the 80 plus times 5 refresh. The daily's refreshed. 85 to 87s. Prime bronze and prime silver. Jordi Alba. 86s. With one needing a team of the week and then 85s. Ooh. Dennis Suarez. Do you think they gave him one because it's the Scream promo and there's teeth on the card and his name's Suarez? If so, that's funny. But what I like about these is this is a lot of gold supply. So we could see open bids on the gold libs become really good later today. No daily SBCs though. Ooh! Is Rolfo? I'm assuming Rolfo's new. 84 and 85 is fantastic value. Small prime election players pack, premium gold. Dude, we need Rolfo in the squad. My queen. 4-star, 4-star as well. Left back, left wing. Ooh. Left mid. I think that's an insta complete. The old screen cards look better in my opinion too. I hope what they end up doing is giving us, like they did for Team of the Season, the ability to buy the old designs and put them on cards. I'm going to have a full screen team if that's the case. That'd be so much fun. All right, we'll take a look at prices here in a second. We're going to get Rolfo done real quick. Yeah, Rolfo's great value, man. All right, let me hit record on the Epi too. Team of the week, players. We need one. 84 rating. Do we have any other untradeable informs in our club? Get away with an 80. That's fine. Clear these. Yeah, great value for her. There we go. Jordi Alba as well. Yep, we're going to be doing Jordi Alba too. He's going to be the one we grind for next. All right. All right, dudes. Rolfo just came out. We're getting her done right now. She looks like great value for an 85 rated squad and then an 84 rated squad with the team of the week. Not necessarily sure exactly where she gets into our team yet. But any Scream card that we can get done, all these are going to be fun. Oh, Casemiro just scored. 86 rate. Look at those stats. Holy gang, baby. 4-star, 4-star as well. Beautiful. Look at that animation for the walkout as well. Why is there not more Halloween stuff sprinkled in to this whole hallway and walkout stage? We need more of it, man. Oh, it was a deflection goal. All right, there we go. Where does she slot in, boys? Should we put her in instead of Rashford right now? Get people on less chem. Oh, we can put Manu back in. Wait. That might actually cook. Hold on. We'll have to change up other parts of the team, but we can put her in there. Put Kobe in. New center back Evo? I didn't see it yet. Looks overpowered. Phantom fullback. Max of 82. Who fits it? '79 pace. And he can play fullback. Ooh. Would it be worth putting on someone else that could potentially be more of an upgrade, maybe? Mukiele, we already have to what, an 84, 85? Would Ronaldo or Gertruda, maybe? Van de Ven fits? Why'd that glitch? That was weird. Gertruda's currently getting evoed, right? There's one Gertruda. There's two Gertrudas. This player already has completed an evo, is currently assigned to one. Yeah, so we can't see what he would look like. We'll think about it, man. We'll think about who we want that to fit in the Sunderland squad. That could be a good one. All right. What's happening to the lid prices, boys? What is happening to the lib prices? Yeah, Hume could be good for it. Gertruda as well. Once we're done with him, we'll take a look to see what he gets to. Yeah, so you're going to have a ton of stuff starting to pop up. Look at all that. 1,500. All right, how about the 2Ks? Are the 2Ks slowing down? Yes, so the bronzes are dropping. The silvers are slowly falling. Now we'll start taking a look at the open bids, because that's going to be the next point you see it at. Already you're noticing a ton of drops here. $1900. Boom, 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 boom. What is Van de Ven's pace at for that? $90? There's no pace cap on that? That seems weird that it caps. Or does it cap the... Oh, maybe it went up to only a certain amount on my card. Like it showed out the red A peaking at 79. Got ice veins as well. Repeatable in 47 minutes. I'll have to get that one in. Oh, I didn't start this one. Gotta do left wing dynamo as well. Iron lungs as well. Oh. Oh, it shows it's up to 79. I thought it was showing the capped emoji. Like it does for defense. Because like his defense is already 84. I don't feel like that would bring it up too much. Hume would be nice if we want to make Hume a gold as well. I do quite like Hume for my silver tournaments though. Ronaldo to round out the card. What does it do for passing in physical? Making him be able to play right back too could be huge. Gertruda or Ronaldo will probably be the one I end up going with. But who are you guys thinking for that one? Boom, boom, boom. All right, let's place some indicator bids down. Any drop in the gold libs yet? $26. Rebate 27. And still 26. If we can get him for 2,500 or under hour afternoon content, I feel like that would be good. Give me 20 plus day to do Busquets, but only 7 days to do Alba. Some hater shit. Lucky we've got League SVCs, or would have been effed. Okay, we'll keep an eye on those. When it's our after content, I'm mass bidding 1.6, 1.7. Only silvers, by the way. When is it? Is that what you're asking? Oh, you're saying you're going to start the bidding the hour after content, yeah. These daily upgrades are such an unsung hero. We might as well do those right now while we're waiting. We're waiting for the prices. I wonder when they're going to update them to be more per day as well. Or how they're going to go about that whole process on the menus. Halftime. Let me know when the second half starts of the game. I'm going to turn it off on my phone to save battery. Is anyone else changing and not doing the mixed league at all and trying to sell those to the market? I was doing that yesterday in the evening where I was listing all my Serie B, Bundesliga 2, we got from BPM. Just for some extra coins. So I'll probably get rid of these two then. No need to keep them if they're untradeable. Yeah. When I had so many bronzes in my club, I just chucked in some of the bronzes because it made sense with how many we had, but with the way we're operating now, I just don't think I can really justify it. Did we get any new objective? I didn't check the objective section. We're making good progress so far. We're no longer streaming on Sundays, so I'm going to use Sunday as my kind of chill day to start stocking up on even more cards and do this. So tomorrow will be an off day, but not really an off day. Tomorrow will be the cleaning up objectives Oh, Wolf's new. Play 5. Nightmare for Defenders Flash Rush event. Play 3. Complete minimum of 4 blocks. Oh. I like that. I like that a ton, man. Alright, that looks like that's all that is. Can you help? I'm stuck at 150k coins. What do you need help with, brother? A method? Bum, bum, bum. I would use our gold lib in sud filters and our silver lib in sud filters from the video yesterday. Today's an excellent day for that. With all the new supply. Are we Bombito? Cold in the new Evo? 2k coins currently? Alright, so are those the quote-unquote lazies that we listed earlier in the hour? .2s are going. You know what? I'm going to make a market move. We're still going to go in on the bids. But are the buy nows dropping? Do 19 2K. Because if we're still making sales for 23, 24, this is a fantastic window. If we can win a card, dude. What kind of demons are you guys? Jeez. You start playing gameplay to get objectives, rivals, squad battles, and champs done, but I'm too addicted to SBC and market grind right now. It's a struggle. I feel that, man. It's a hard balance for sure. Especially as someone running an RTG. Trying to figure out how I'm getting those games in. Right. So we went from 2.6 last night to a low so far today of 1,900. We'll see if the bids can make these drop lower than 1,900. But at the moment, we're still getting flips for 2,400 plus. Do we have enough supply for the amount of demand on these cards? That's the question. And if the open bids aren't enough supply, do we see cards get even higher this evening? That's going to be the real question. How are the suds looking right now? Is anyone looking at the sud filter? How high were they? These were 2,600 plus last night. Gold's got to 3,200. Remember, this is still the in plain sight method, regardless of what they get to or how low they get. So just doing this in general, you're making good coins on the cards. But the investing side of things, if we can chuck some of these in our club, especially with the open bids, I'm hoping we see nice rises, man. It'd be cold. Let's go. The more 74s, the better. Come on. What do you think the guy that got 30,000 plus lib cards is selling at? Do you think he took like a certain price and is getting them to insta sell, or is he slowly listing over time? So if these follow the trend of rising a little more in the evening than they did the day before for each set of cards, both the golds and the silvers, would it be crazy to think we could possibly sell these for 2,800 plus instead of 2,600 plus this evening? Potentially. So pro tip when you're doing this, since you need at least a 68 rating, you need a few rares. If you stick to 70 pluses, and you can combine that with silver rares, it usually gives them additional value as well. And they're usually rarer on the market. So the more you do this, the more kind of like deals will pop up. Is the second half starting yet? United game? Just out of curiosity as well, we got 58 people in here. How many people watching the stream right now are doing this method currently? Whether on libs or suds. If you want to put some like I ams or yeses in chat. I'm just curious how many people we have on this right now. Skydas, Sieges. Yes, but I'm using a bot? Brother, I hope you get banned. Why would you openly admit that? I am, but I'm cheating to make it impossible for you guys to win the cards I am. Brother. You're just flushing fodder right now, but you usually are. Daily SBCs and then using this method? Gotcha. Pina. Ooh, let's go. Cold. Love me some Pina. Side to 20. Oh, Campana. Oh. What method? Our silver lib and sud method from the video yesterday. Yes. Yes, boys. Ooh. Nah, okay. This is getting crazy. Do you see those? All right, my hands are getting tired. You got soft hands, brother. Did you see that like 67 or 68 rated player that sold for 2.6, 2.7K? So if you guys are doing this, even if you're going to do bids in a bit, I chuck everything in the club and I start selling duplicates is usually the way I go about it. You don't necessarily have to do that. But I find if you think prices are going to continue to rise into the evening, that's the best way to get the most cards possible in your club. And then list the things that are just duplicate at the moment. That way you can always go back to the other ones later, rather than having everything listed. Alright, we're 36 minutes after new content. We have about another half an hour until the bids should really start. So we're going to attack 3 markets. We're going to attack silvers, bronzes, and golds. Because we got supply from golds from all the player SBCs today. And then the bronzes and silvers, we got the prime bronze and silver packs. Should we snipe only silver rares? Yes and no. Depends on what specifically you're trying to target and for what reason. Silver rares have an additional value. But silver commons can still be useful too. Like, I would take probably a 74 rated silver common over a 69 rated silver rare. And you might not see them pop up at all. But then again, me having to hover through so many more silver common cards, I'm probably missing out on snipes of silver rares that I would have otherwise won. So you notice how the silver suds trail it just a little bit? Compared to the libs. Just the tiniest fraction less. What's the minimum rating you're sniping? Usually all. I like to target personally 70 pluses as most as I can. Because in my head, when people need more rating than 68 rating, they go for the high rated silvers or the golds to get there. So it's never a bad idea to get higher rated fodder. If you can win, I mean, obviously it's a different market, so it's not going to be a one-on-one comparison. But like in my head, the way I view it is like, if you could win 85 rateds for the price of 84s, and they were the same price at the time, you'd be like, surely the 85s are going to raise more. And if you could get the rare 86s at the 84 price, you're like, surely this is the best possible pull I could get. That's how I view 73s and 74s. If I can crack a 73 or 74, I am joyous. Just gonna start chucking some of these in our club. If we don't have them already. I'll leave some of the Vidals for you guys. 3, 4, 73. Oh, I should pick that one up. Dominguez. Cardano. Polo. Let's go. Polo, I feel like will be really nice. Dominguez. Vegas. That's a cold one. Don't you lose coins like this? In what way? Every card that I've sold so far, that I've listed today, has been pure profit. Oh, Zambrano. Ah! Pana. Oh, there's Zambrano. Silver lib or silver suds don't have as high of rateds, I've noticed. Usually they're lacking a little bit in that department. Would you sell dupes from the sniping method now or transfer list them and wait? I'm going to start listing dupes and sell them because we're already making coins. Some I would wait on, though. I'm kind of keeping an eye on the bids coming up in the next 20 to 30 minutes before we really list. Could already probably start listing those for 27, 28. Let's do the low-ender ones. Start with the commons. Gar, what's up, buddy? What's good, brother? What's good? What's good? Always got softband on the web app. How long does it take to get unbanned? You could do the watch list method and it might unban you instantly for a few bids. If you add a card to your watch list and then bid on it right from there, it might work for a few. Usually I'll go back and forth between console. And then back. Do you do this for coins or for premium mixed? I have a whole video yesterday going over every filter we do for pure profit and for League SBCs. So both. I do this in bulk to get hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of cards every single day. And we use probably, if we're doing 5 runs a day on the low end, we're using like 50 of these cards, and the rest are just pure profit. That's 5 runs of the League SBC. So, like, if you think about this from that perspective, right? The gold lib and stud flipping, the silver lib and stud flipping, you can even do with bronzes. You don't even need a crazy amount. You bid for 5 to 10 minutes, you snipe for 5 to 10 minutes, you got well over the 50 to do the League SBC with, and then the rest is just pure profit at that point. If you want to do that until you make up the difference of what those cards were, so that you're in guaranteed profit before you start the SBC for the day, you could do that. You could right away do the SBC, see what coins you get back from the tradable packs and the grind in general, and then from there make up the difference if you want to get back to a certain coin total. But what I've noticed is from doing these methods in bulk last year to the point of almost 25 runs a day, and this year so far, getting over 10 runs yesterday, is my coins, I don't think are really going to drop below 2 mil too often. And right now, if I got completely liquid again, I think I'd be back to 2.3, 2.4 mil. With all this stuff we're putting in. Yeah, blessed on the dailies today. 15 untradeable libs and suds. W, man. Also, too, think of it like this. If you guys were doing an SBC, let's say you're someone who was on the fence of whether you're going to do League SBCs, and you were someone like Garv, and you got 15 untradeable libs and suds. Let's go to the lib and sud section real quick. Let's say I needed just a little bit more rating. I need 1 card. I have the rest untradeable. What gets me the rating? Let's go to lib. We're going to have this in the club, aren't we? So it's not going to work as well. Compare price on the card. Oh, 2,500 by the end of the hour. Let me just buy this. Boom, 2,500. So the ones we're sniping for 1,900 to 21. Pure profit on that. Just from someone buying something like this by the end of the hour. Or you'll see people do it like the way we were sniping with, where they'll go 2.1. Oh, these are getting bought instantly. 2.2. There's one right there. That's the same guy we just looked at. That'll be like 2,500. So like as people do those buying patterns throughout the day with less and less supply, with the market going further up, that works really well. And they're willing to pay a premium because in their head it's just 1 or 2 cards, right? They're not buying every single one tradable. Or they have some bronzes already. They just need a few silvers. Alright, 10 minutes until an hour after new content, boys. What are the bids looking like right now? Wait a second. Would it be worth it to not put any price in and glitch the market and just simply go like this? Maybe. As long as you accidentally don't bid something outrageous. But I kind of like this. Hey, Mambo, loving the streams. As always, I have a question. I'm on 275K. At the moment, I want to build my dream team, including Busquets, Jordi Alba, and a whole other players I have. Nice. Are you going to ask how to get fodder while not running out of coins? What are you thinking? We're going to cost 1 million coins. What do you recommend I do for next week? Depends on what you're trying to do. Are you trying to get fodder, mix of untradeable and tradable? Are you trying to get to 1 million coins just to buy it out? Carlos, what's up, buddy? Carlos, at the peak yesterday, silver libs were all going for 2,600 plus. The gold libs went to 3,200 by the end of the night. Today they dropped down to as low as 1,800 winnable snipes, 1,900 easily bidding and sniping. To now they're rebounding a little bit after new content, but we got a bid wave coming. What rating and up do I bid on? Completely up to you. I'm usually looking for 70 pluses a lot of the time, but you don't necessarily need to follow that. There's plenty of lower end silvers that do well too. Don't know what would be the best way, honestly. I'm a decent player. I'm Div 2 and I get like 12 wins and champs. So it shouldn't be too hard to make coins on rewards. You could make coins on rewards. I bet you could turn those coins daily into easy money with fluctuation flipping with silver libs and suds and the gold libs and suds. If you wanted to take a look at our video from yesterday. If the prices kind of follow the same kind of pattern where they rise more into the evening. Very quick flip. One. Two. Two point five. 2.5. 2.6. 2.7. 2.8 on that one. 2.7. 2.7. I spent 130K on 50 lib cards for 5 runs. How can I make back that from the SBC? You're looking at one of the easiest ways to buy the cards for discount and sell them for a premium. So if you wanted to do a few runs a day, you could just put the cards in your club that you wanted to use using our methods to pick them up. And then the rest you don't use, you can sell them the way we're selling them. for very easy coins. And again, we have a whole video on that yesterday if you missed it. We make 10 million plus coins a year just off of these methods. Gold! Alright, 3 minutes till the top of the hour. We'll start taking a look at bids 5 minutes after that. Because that's usually when people start getting that SBC done and the initial stages of listing happen. How are those looking at the moment for you guys? We're on bids currently. It's got a lid, silver sniped in front of my eyes. Feel robbed at 350 coins. Yeah, it's probably a bot on those. I would use the in plain sight method to avoid the bots as much as possible. And the cards that you're never going to win in the first place. If you guys are new to in plain sight method, we talk about it a little bit in the video from yesterday. But it's essentially, instead of sniping below the buy nows of everything, we're sniping at where cards don't instantly sell, but we're looking at the ones that are the higher rateds and the more rares. That should, in theory, be an insta-sell for the rating or rarity. So that's why we're chilling in here, picking up a lot of high-rated silver rares, high-rated silver commons, where it gives us a little bit of leeway. Obviously, as prices continue to rise, and all you guys are on it, we're going to have our own competition, but logic still applies. Whether you want to do the League SBC or not, doesn't matter. Just very easy coins on a day-to-day basis. I don't think it was this hard to get libs last year. What's happening? There was more golds last year and higher rated golds. So the higher rated gold price like Acuna, Ledesma, and Cotes all always went insane in price, which allowed you to use a lot of lower end silver libs. So the price would not be as crazy high on a lot of the commons. If you remember though, we made millions on silver rare libs. A lot of them went to 3K, 4K, and 5K. Consistently. Especially the ones on teams that didn't have golds on them. All right, top of the hour. Tis. Things are really good, buddy. How are you doing today, man? Funny thing is, bar UCL, I personally think Sunderland were a better project than Dortmund, but I think Job's move was just following his brother, and also gentleman's agreement he had should have stayed. No, he wouldn't have done well in the Prem. I will join the rest of the Premier League fans who have talked crap about Joe Bellingham being afraid of the Prem. The move to Bundesliga was not a bad move. It makes sense. The move to go to Dortmund over his other Bundesliga options, when it would potentially affect play time, was an issue. I think he would have held somewhat of his own for some of the Prem. But if you watch the way Sunderland plays, if you can point me to an individual in Sunderland's midfield that you'd pluck him in for, I would be extremely surprised. He just does not have the pace needed for the way Sunderland are playing. Think he was afraid? I don't think so in the slightest. I think he would have been way out of his depth. I don't think he would have been afraid. I think he would have pushed for it, but if you can make a Sunderland record sale and then replace you with someone who's a record buy with a way higher ceiling, who fits our system a lot better for the Prem, I'm all for that. It would have been nice to keep him emotionally, but selling him also provided Sunderland the opportunity to buy so many more players with the way money works and the amount of spending that opens up. His direct replacement, Diarra, has been injured, but Habib was insane at the start of the season. He's the one on Senegal who scored against England, where he chipped the keeper. He plays that right-sided center mid-roll, box-to-box. Kind of floats inside the winger at times. And plays sometimes as a shadow striker. Makes late runs into the box. Always gets into dangerous areas. Noah Siddiqui, though, man. I don't know if you guys watched the Chelsea game today against Sunderland. Noah Siddiqui is literally a Conte regen. He is the one player I'm like, I hope Premier League teams are not paying attention to him. Because I would be shocked if he doesn't go for 50 to 80 mil in the next year or two. Absolute gem of a player. Who has a higher ceiling than Job? I think both Habib Diarra and Noah Siddiqui both have higher ceilings than Job. Personally. I think Job has a lower ceiling than Jude. I think most people would agree with that. Obviously, there's going to be comparisons with his brother, but just player to player. And specifically, if we're trying to talk about specifically in Sunderland's Prem system, he simply just doesn't fit. So, logically, it makes sense. Conte region, he'll be at Chelsea within 3 years. That's what I'm saying, bro. I don't want it to be like Brian. Dude's an absolute baller. Almost made a costly mistake today. He let a ball bounce twice that Chelsea attacked and almost got them to counter, but Sunderland got back in time. Gold lives on PC are 4.6 or 4.5 is not worth the bid there, right? Because the price is way too high. What do you think? If you can, any price, regardless of what the price is, if you can pick them up for less than the buy now with the compare price method and flip for profit, and if you notice a trend where they raise in price in the evening and you can lazy sell into that, and consistently day in, day out, you notice the trend of them doing that, I would say it's safe. The current market, are you listing silver rares? What are you listing silver rares? Right now, the low end, I'm starting to list for 2.4 on stuff. There's a ton of cards that could already start going for probably 2.5, 2.6 that I have a feeling when the whole market got the 2.6 last night for silver libs, I have a feeling a lot of these cards we're going to see start pushing 3K tonight, which makes the 2K and below cards that we got in our club today feel like insane profit for club stocking, which I'm happy with that. But now is going to be the difficult part of just the sheer amount of potential open bids to try to win. Just offload at 2.5 at the end of the hour. Nice. All right. Now we should start seeing some supply come in. I kind of want to go to 2.8 it already went for. So all the ones we picked up for 2.1, 2K, 2.2. We're making 600, 800 coins already on those. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Please don't tell me we just got bid banned. Not today. Out of all days, EA. Don't do me like this on live stream. Let's find a card to pick up to test real quick. Alright, we're going to do the PS4 version. You should try Pale Tool Sniping. I've gotten 30 cards for 2K and under. Pale Tool Sniping will get you banned. I would not recommend using Pale Tools for sniping. That's the area where people will get banned at for using Pale Tools usually. The pack creation stuff, no problems, but... That comparison is ridiculous. Jude is a potential all-timer. Job is mid. Well, you know why I made the comparison, right? I wasn't trying to one-on-one. I was using his brother. Example of his brother in career path. What would be interesting, though? Ooh. You ready for a hot take? Or not even a hot take, a potential question. If Jude had a similar career path as Job... in the sense of Birmingham won a playoff final before he was about to make a move to Dortmund, do you think people would have said he was afraid of the Prem? Because Birmingham that year had really not a good chance of getting out of the championship. But if they did, and he still made that move, would it be the same similar talking point? Of he's afraid of the Prem? Yeah, honestly, 2K for any of these silvers seems really good value. Don't be using sniping bots, dudes. Stop it. Come to console and compete like real men. Chelsea transfer strat is buying a 77 raid with 88 to 90 potential. Todd Bully is just like me. Jude went to Dortmund instead of United and narrative was the same. It was? I didn't remember what it was back then, so that's why I was asking. Yeah, Birmingham would have took the money regardless. I agree. Do you guys see my screen is darker right now? Or is that just my monitor? Is that just my monitor? I can't be asked with these filters, man. I can't be asked with these filters, man. Console bidding is a joke when it comes to what they show and what they don't show. So something I'm going to consider for tomorrow, since I won't be live tomorrow either. What I might do is do similar to what we did today, where we start buying before new content. And if it drops after new content, keep buying into the drop. I think if we learn from potentially one, not even mistake, I won't call it a mistake. I think we all waited until new content when the same way people tell you to sell in the hype, I think us buying into that hype would have been good too. Looking back. But again, we got to see what prices get to this evening as well. Dude, my throat's killing me right now. There's people buying PSG Donnarummas for 800K. Like, I saw unrelated people saying either are afraid of the Prem is just a speculation that doesn't have any base to it. I mean, also, too, I feel like any person, any club that comes up to the championship, whether or not they were a newly relegated side in the past year or two, and they came back up, like a Leeds type or Sheffield United type, you shouldn't really look at a player sale as a bad thing with the resources it gives you, especially in the Prem nowadays. I feel like you almost have to, one, sell a lot of players on to create room for money that you can spend, but also, two, if you're going down to the championship and you're buying players that are some of the best in the championship, we already know it's difficult to see a lot of those people take the step up to the Prem. So why not instead operate a little different? Burnley's one of those hit and misses. Like, Leeds already had a solid side. Leeds sold Somerville, had a bunch of money, reinvested when they were in the championship, when they lost the playoff final to Southampton. Burnley was the interesting one, because Burnley didn't have as much money they could spend as Sunderland Leeds this summer, because Burnley did the dirty when it came to contracts in the championship. They had a lot of loans with obligations to buy if they went up, and a lot of the people that had loans with obligations to buy, if in retrospect you would have said, hey, no matter what, Burnley's getting promoted, a lot of those guys, they might have been like, we could probably get more for this money that we're spending on this guy. Like, solid signings for the championship, but whether they all can make this step up is a different story. I feel like that's currently where they are right now, where Burnley is competitive. They play well. They have a really good defensive look. They got some talent in the midfield as well and on the wings. But I don't think they're the complete team. I don't think they're to Leeds and Sunderland's level. But that doesn't matter if you're Leeds or Sunderland. The real question becomes, is Burnley better than West Ham? And are they better than Wolves? And can they turn it around? That's the one to mainly keep an eye on. At 3 p.m. UK, you could bid 1.7, 1.8 easily. Yeah. So I think I'm going to start just club stocking earlier in the day. And honestly, the more coins you have, the more of a cheat code it is. Because hypothetically, let's say these were all last night from the 2.6K and above. They got all below 2K again. Let's say we were picking them up for 1.8, 1.9 easily in bulk. Like, as many as you want. Starting in the club, starting to sell dupes. If they drop to like 1,700, 1,500, there'd probably be hefty competition at that price anyways. It's not like you're easily winning them. So you'd be able to get more. You'd make more profit on those cards. But also, too, just that whole market would kind of... That would be the cutoff at the bottom. No one would allow it to get any lower than that. We even saw that with kind of cards today. All of us sniping kind of at the same time. We're all kind of creating that bottom where it's like, hey, anything above this price or anything below this price, we are buying. So for the market to really dip... Wait a second. Hold on. Surely that's not market manipulation, right? You're picking up deals for things that people need. Hold on. Because as supply dries up, the evening goes on. If we're all doing this, I guess we're all buying at the similar prices. It's not like we're purposely buying inflated prices to sell our investments. Yeah, no, I think we're good. Is the market glitch? I don't see any of the cards you're looking at when setting bid to 2.2. I don't have any bids on there. I have just silver lib. Because when I'm putting bids on console, if I put a like max price of something, console's really bad this year with not showing you all the cards. If I went to the web app or companion app, I'd probably see a whole different market with putting in like a max bid price of 2K. So instead, I just put nothing on there, just silvers. I'm looking for all the cards that pop up. Premise all in one. Now, by the way, no league comes close. You got your Sunderlands, Forest, Bournemouth, Brains, and more who are good. They're good at developing. True. Mumbo pumping up. Well, no, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, when I was saying it out loud, I'm like, wait a second. Even discussing this, I'm like, that might sound like... Ooh, hold on. New filter alert? Hold on. Literally nothing on this. I think we live in a world where these get to 5K. At some time this week. I think if the golds keep going up, we live in a reality where that might be the case. Jeez, man. I do like how they only made the SBC for 2 weeks. I'm hoping the reason they did that is so that they can tweak things on their end if they feel like they're listening to feedback. But who knows? We shall see. What? Okay, if you were EA and you were trying to fix the price of the libs and suds, if the complaint from people is the price feels too expensive, how would they fix the lib and sud section? Someone said, take lib and sud out of mixed. That was their advice. They said, remove it from the mix, put like Liga Portugal or something, so that you don't need the bronzes as much for that section. And that could potentially cause prices to come down at least a little bit. What's the max bid on golds? Under the buy now. I believe most things are 3K plus currently and rising. Yeah, dude, these might be pushing 3.5K. These might get close to 4K tonight. That's disgusting. Wait, can we do a rare market? No, you can only do silver rare or bronze rare. I think on web app and companion app you might be able to. I'm telling you, people are going to start using Vale eventually. Alright, I'm going to start picking Kotas up for on bids if I can see him. Oh, shoot. It's 3-2. Hold on. Comeback time. Jeez, what happened? Make it a repeat all SBC gives 3 Liber Sud cards, but costs 11 gold commons, maybe? Four minutes left. All right. Low end. What are they going for? Oh my gosh, dudes. Greatest method ever. Greatest method ever. I love it so much. It's Man United. What do you think was going to happen? Oh. Disgusting profit. Let's go. Golds are getting bought even higher than that. That's wild. Oh, what a shot. 3K. They're going for 3K. Jeez. How much is Fernandez going for? The gold rare 78. Where are the Prem games here in the US? NBC hosts 1 to 2 a weekend. And then Peacock usually has the rest. Goal. There you go. Four to 2, jeez. Wait, this is game number 3, right? Wait, this is game number 3 for his hair. What are the next 2 games? Could the United fan actually get a haircut? Moth, what's up, brother? Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Sunderland all the way, bro. Dude, they're having a great start to the season. I'm loving it. Let's go, W. Force next week, and he gets his haircut. Wait, was that the 4th? That was 4th in a row. Who'd they beat before Sunderland? Because it was Brighton now, Liverpool the week before, Sunderland. No, it was 3. Yeah, because they lost to Brentford. So it's Sunderland, Liverpool, Brighton. Then they have 4. Oh, Spurs. They end with Spurs. It's the early morning game. Oh, they scored the 4. Oh, duh. I'm an idiot. Yeah, you guys are right. You were putting that in there. Mobby. All right, let's do a few more minutes, and then should we start running through League SBCs? Get the rest of our dupes listed and start sending. Sorry to beat Chelsea the hard way. If the hard way is playing solid football, then yeah, I guess. Oh, I shouldn't have pulled those. Shoot. I messed up. I should have left the golds on there. Put 200k into buying Libin Suds. Time of lazy. Put 200k into buying Libin Suds. Time to lazy list. Nice. Let me know how that goes for you. How many coins you end up making? Boom, boom, boom. Now I have all these cards. I don't use them. Just lazy list, right? Depends on what you're trying to do. If you want to do a few League SBC run-throughs, I have like 200 Sud cards on my club that I'm using for League SBC run-throughs. And then the libs, I'm selling all the libs on. But only dupes right now. I'll sell the rest of my club later tonight. I'm expecting the silver rares for sure to hit 3K, would be my guess. But I think the whole silver market, if it got to 2.6 last night and it only dropped to 1.8, 1.9, rather than down to like a 1.5, I feel like they go down, then a little higher than they were the day before. Go down, but maybe not all the way to 2K again, and then all the way up. Because those golds too, those golds were picking up yesterday around this time for 2K to 2.2K. And then they all got to 3,200 last night. Right now, the bids are very difficult to get below like 2.8, 2.9. Most are going for 3K plus. Second place in the Premier League. That's wild. Until City plays. Until City beats Aston Villa. I have 950k coins and did Elba today. Also want to do Busquets. Do you recommend to do BPM and do League SBCs to bring the cost of the SBC down? BPM is one way you can bring the cost of the SBC down. But depending on which SBC you're doing, which I recommend the premium rather than the mixed. There's very few bronze cards that you would even need to use as an option. So you could just use our League SBC methods that we cover in the... Do we have it pinned in chat? Oh, shoot, my bad. We don't have the video pinned in chat. You could skip that altogether. I'm going to put something in chat right now and pin it. It's also in the description. This is how to make unlimited packs with the Premium Mixed League upgrade video. We walk through kind of the steps I'd recommend taking if you guys are trying to do the SBC yourselves. And then we have a video from yesterday that shows you the coin side of it, whether you're trying to make the SBC even cheaper for yourself if you're unhappy with the prices, whether you're trying to maximize your coins off of the prices being high and people buying them still, making coins off those people. We show you a bunch of great filters, and you're seeing some of those right now that are starting to make good coins on already. That being said, I did do over 1 million coins worth of BPM the other day, so I do love BPM still, but when I was doing it, a lot of the Eredivisie and League One bronzes were still 350, 400. Now those are down to like 200, 250. So they're a little lower. Using BPM to stock players to sell every day for daily posers. Yeah. The way I recommend BPM is different than the way other people do it. I recommend BPM in insane bulk and long term. I don't recommend it as like open a few packs right now and do League SBCs with it. Mine's like a do it all the time and never stop. And constantly have it be like a fuel to your club. When a lot more other people wait till prices hit a certain point and then they do it. All right. How are we doing on Sud Rares? I don't think I have a crap ton of Sud Rares. Back to some bidding. Let's see how the bids are right now. Dang it, I didn't mean the 2.3. Shoot. Sorry. Whoever just bid that, my bad. $2K bid for a bronze. Interesting. This is going to get bought eventually. I'm telling you right now, this is going to get bought eventually. And it's not because it's an inform and people are going to use the inform. People are going to use that as a League SBC. I guarantee it. Bunch of sick individuals. I respect it though. Is the max I should be bidding for the silvers 2K? Last night everything got to 2,600 plus for all silvers for Lib. So I think they potentially might get higher. You can kind of bid whatever you want, but because of that, I'm bidding kind of 2.1 on the commons, and a lot of the rares have bid 2.2. Could the market maybe not get that high? Maybe. Could it get lower? Maybe. But if it follows the same trend as last night. I mean, even right now, go off of right now. If you're picking these up for 2.1, 2.2 right now, we're already getting 2.4, 2.5 sales on a ton of stuff. I feel like if the market were going down still, we would not be getting those sales. Yeah, those golds are going to hit 5K eventually. Later this week, watch it. Look at the like 3.5, 3.8 tonight. On bid, they'll be like 3.2 to 3.5 tomorrow. Then it'll get to a point where it's like the buy now is a minimum of 4K. Then they're going to really push. So dumb, dude. I bet people go crazy for them in the Jumbo Gold Pack, though. Tradable. $3K. Thank you for the sub, bud. Appreciate it. From one run today, I got a Scream card in Holland. Plus 6K tradable card. Nice, man. W, dude. Hector, appreciate it, buddy. Appreciate you. All right, let's pay attention to how these do in the last 6 minutes. That's going to be our first kind of market indicator, these next 6 to 15 minutes. All right, we can get basically a full transfer list as well. Yeah, look at that, already 35. By the end of the hour. I don't want too many golds on my transfer list, though. I should probably stab it in. .6 on those. What do you bid on golds right now? 3K and under. Okay, let's chuck these up for now. Let's do our dailies. Finish those. And let's get started, boys. The menus are horrific. So slow. Fabrizio Romano tweeting about Sunderland, and it's not during the transfer market. Could you say obsessed much? Nine games, 5 wins, 4 clean sheets. Let's go. I mean, I feel like obviously winning games is important for staying up, but I feel like Sunderland at this point, being hard to beat is the thing that's going to get them not relegated. and keep pushing them to stay well above that. I think they'll end up being mid-table. But it's crazy, man. Crazy. How's it going, man? Do you reckon the Lib Silvers will go down tonight? They already went down today. They'll go back up tonight, most likely. Yesterday during the day, you could win cards for 1.5 to 1.8. The Silvers got as high as 2.6K. In the evening, Golds, you could win them for 2,000 to 2.2. All Golds went to 33,000 to 3,200 last night. Today on bids, the lowest Gold bids were like 27, 28. Right now, they're going on bid for 3K, and they're pushing 3.5 by now. They're starting to sell for 2.5 as well. Silver market got as low as 1.8, 1.9 today from the 2.6 top of last night. And they're already having a ton sale for 2,400 to 2,500. Should we try out the Pogba? You think 40 points is enough to stay up? I think that's fair. They go up quick? Yes, sir. You got to be on it. Boom, 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 boom. What are people playing on their defensive mid Pogba for Kemsal? $40 points is safety most years. Very rare teams with 40 points go down. Yeah. But usually it's the 3 promoted teams that go down. This year, so far at least, all 3 are outperforming bottom of the table. So I feel like you might have to increase that by a few points with inflation. But then again, who knows? I think West Ham has players that can turn it around. I think they could have potentially a transfer window to help. Wolves has some of the pieces there, but Wolves I feel like is going to be the more difficult one to turn around. At CDM, I'd say Shadow. If box to box, CM, use Engine. Okay. Got a France kit that sold for 9K. W, man. That's sick. Hey! First owner and let's go. W. Cold, cold, cold. When playing box to box, though, stamina isn't it. Yeah, I don't plan to play in box to box. I'll probably inform, baby. Inform, baby. Inform, baby. Gold! Now give me your liver sud. Where are they at? Not there. Rip. What the heck was that? Me getting excited over the little things. Alright, we have one more silver pack I have to do. Oh, you said who? Yeah, I'm just making up chat at this point. I'll read a message, invent new words or things that weren't even said in there. There's a lid. Let's go. There's a set as well. Let's go. Guys, it's going to happen. Dread it, run from it. The gold rare libs will get to 5K. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, dudes. Yeah, I just love Pogba as a player in person, so I want to do it. If the card doesn't play well, I'm not really too bothered. And it's the Scream promo, which I absolutely adore this promo. So I'm going to take that too. Now, if we don't do that, what? Promote that those are going to get the 5K? Why not? That's my hot take. You thought prices were crazy already? Just you wait. Fun fact, Burnley almost got Noah Siddiqui for 1 mil the other season. Pogba. All right. We didn't do the daily golds yet. Let's do the daily golds as well. Because why not? Are you doing many bronze upgrades per day? I did like 250 the other day. Today I'm probably just going to be a little bit more chill with it. I'll probably keep it nice and casual. Only do like 100 today. Alright, 2 more. Dude, I'm so happy that Talby scored today. He deserved a goal so much over these past few weeks. Also, lib comments are easy to bin at 3.1. The gold's going to say 5K. This will make the silvers go up to 3K plus. I agree. I think we're going to see silvers start hitting 3K later tonight. They're already 2.6 earlier. Last night. I think it's safe to say we'll see them have higher ceiling because they're already starting to sell for 2.5, 2.6 right now. Which is wild. Where does this end in your guys' mind? How high do silvers and bronzes go? Theoretically, Everything else in bronze packs has been rinsed in value with the price of the libs and suds. Like, when the lib and suds were a little lower, you had a little bit more value in the Eredivisie and French cards. The mixed leagues had some value. Majors obviously were always on a spiral down. But now it's like... Enter the EA fixing this mess? Hey, they got 2 weeks, right? How long are you on for tonight? I'm going to watch LFC shortly, but we'll be tuning back in. I'll be on for a bit still, probably another hour or two. We got to record a League SBC video for Pale Tools. Which, by the way, let's check our club. How are we doing with sub cards? $20, $30, $60. Okay, so we can do 10 runs. We're going to be low on the rares, though. That's the issue. We're going to have to buy back some. Curse of the Pharaoh. Pharaoh, Egypt. Egypt, solid Liverpool. Tomorrow's SPC will require 1 Liverpool player. You don't think it's going to require Egypt? It's going to be Liverpool instead, you think? That goal was so nice. So nice. The fact that we're not even speaking about Gertruda enough as well. Gertruda only got a spot in the starting lineup because Alderete was injured with a concussion. Absolute baller, man. Nah, what's going on? 2.7? Wildin'. Wildin', bro. Alright, let's try to fill our club a little bit more and get our transfer list a little bit more full, and then we'll hop to League SPCs, I promise. It's like one last hurrah. Boom, 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 boom. Actually, you know what we could do? Two birds with one stone. The suds are higher? on. Ramirez. Chala. Galanta. Do we have Galanta? We do. Okay, so the ones that are dupes for these, I could just chuck on the transfer list and use again. So even if we have one in the club already, we could kind of just look for rating a little bit if needed. Would you say buying libs for the grind is good value? Depending on how you do it. How most people would probably do it? No. We kind of buy 5 to 10 runs at least. I'll usually buy enough to do 15 to 25 runs. And then I'll do 5 to 10 runs and sell the rest on for insane profit. And that ends up usually paying for what I did spend plus some. So it depends, I guess. With market fluctuations, you can make a crazy amount of coins even without doing the League SBC. But most people aren't kind of aware of the fluctuations. They'll just see it's overpriced and not want to spend it. So it's a plan now, Mumbo. Just buy the Lib said silver cards at current value and complete the SBC. I am just making pure profit right now. And we'll do 10 League SBC runs in a bit. We're just finishing getting the rares needed for the sud section. I'm doing BPM. Do I sell Lib sud cards or keep them and do League SBCs, which I'm currently grinding? Are you grinding the premium mixed or the mix? Both? How are you planning to go about the Lib and Sud if you're doing both? Maybe should I sell my Lib cards now or wait till they rise? They're already up almost 1,000 coins from what some were earlier today. But a lot of them should get to 3K hopefully this evening. So that's your call. What is Ephesians? I'm trying to learn. The church, the book in the Bible. There we go. All right, we got enough for the runs. Okay. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? Oh, we still have another daily gold. Hold on. Un más, por favor. Un minuto. Solamente completa una SBC. Pero muy rápido. Porque mi no está waste time. We didn't even do the tradable. What am I doing? We didn't even do the tradable ones yet. The prime bronze or that. Here's some slang. Oh gosh, what am I saying? That's gonna be some curse thing. That's gonna be like Sunderland sucks. Bids are insane right now. Getting a ton of silver rare libs for under 2,300. Nice. All right, I'm going to continue doing that. We're going to go crazy with our coins. I want to do my League SBC runs first and show you guys kind of how I do this. So let me finish this off. Pause. Resume. We're going to finish this. I'll switch to the web app. Show you guys how I have my Pale Tools currently set up. I'll show you a few runs on there. And then we'll go from there. Sound good? The menus are so bad. Ooh. We want Pale Tools tutorial? You're going to see it in like 2 minutes. What do you do a Pale Tool sub? Yep, we're going to see it in 2 minutes. Hold on equals aguaten. Yeah, there's a ton of snipes. There is, I will say one thing right now that no one's looking at as much that could be potentially the same, if not potentially more coins per card than some of the prices you're paying on the silver rares. If, because the rarity, you guys like the silver rares and the gold's price is going up and people are buying the golds, what could be another thing people are buying gold? What would be another thing that could potentially continue to go up or be potentially easy to win with the amount of supply consistently? In plain sight method, rarity, and rating get to 68 if golds are being used and you don't need as high of a rating as silvers. What would make sense there? What might people look at? Not as high rated. Rarity. Consistently in packs. Bronze rares? I don't know. Could it? What's bronzes are right now? $2K instantly. 2.1 there. 2.2. Okay, so if we did Probably look for the 63s and 64s. 62s could work. Usually you still probably want a decent rating. Or you could just get everything. Good win for y'all. Versus Chelsea. Thank you, buddy. Alright, open these packs. Then we go to Pale Tools. I promise. I'll take a piss after we open these packs. We'll head to Pale Tools. Y'all seeing this? Seeing this? Crazy times, bud. Sander, hi, bro. For how much are you selling silver common libs for? Right now, the lowest I'm listing is 2.4. Bro, we knew libs and suds would go up, and we didn't invest. Who is we, brother? Who is we? Speak for yourself. If you're talking about the golds... Yo! I'm more happy with the lib than I am Torp. Torp's nice. I apologize if I sound like Footmaster here, but what are you actually doing for the lib sud section? And 2, making coins along the way? I am doing no longer the mix. I'm just doing the premium. Everything besides the lib and sud is a cakewalk and super easy to do. And basically 0 coins. So the only thing that really has costs for me, or really is an issue, is getting done the League 1 or the lib and sud section. So if lib and sud cards were cheaper, right? If they were a price where it'd be guaranteed profit for that pack alone, everyone would be doing them and the price would go up because the value's there no matter what and people want to do the SBC. As they get more expensive, people stop doing it because the price is up a bit more than they'd like it to be at. Instead of stopping it, we still do 5 to 10 runs a day, but we buy more cards than we need. So for example, I have, let me show you my club real quick before I go to take a piss. If I'm doing lib and sud section, for me, I like using Sudamericana to use, and then I'll sell my libs. So if I go to my suds right now, this is everything I can use today. Whether or not I use all these is a different question. We probably won't use every card. I'll have some that I'll sell on for profit. They'll get some coins back on that section outside of the tradable pack. So outside of this, right, let's say for an average price, let's use 2K. Let's say I spent 2K on each of these silvers. I spent 22,000 coins in that section. That seems like a crap ton. It is. It is overpaying for sure. But because I'm picking up so many cards on the side and flipping for crazy coins, I view it as offsetting each other. Low end, if I buy, let's say, 20 and use 10, I sell the other 10, and I'm making 300 to 500 coins per card. In my head, I view that as, it's basically like I pick these cards up for 300 coins or 500 coins less than they're currently going for. If I could pick these up for 1,500 instead of 2K, it'd seem like better value. If I could pick these up for 1K, it'd seem like better value because of the tradable packs and the untradable stuff in the sections too that we're getting through the League SBC grind. Now, the more I do it in bulk, the more I'm spending, the harder it becomes. But we get some untradables through dailies. We got BPM. We're working some stuff up. We're limiting our potential loss. The most I'm ever really spending is that 20K per section. If I'm doing potentially, let's say 10 runs a day, 200K is my most I'm looking to spend. So if I do 200K for what? 20 tradable packs, 50 total packs in general, 30 untradeable, 20 tradable. From those 20 tradable packs, there's a good chance I'm getting from those alone. Would it be safe to say over 100K? Without even a crazy pack pull? Would you say with like chem styles, quick selling stuff, player sales, SPC solutions, boards, walkouts, no crazy promo card, I think we get roughly like 100K from that low end. I could calculate that more, but these would be all the other cards that I'm selling that'd be making us coins back. And you don't have to go as crazy as me. We were saying before, if you wanted to do just 1 or 2 runs a day, you'd already have some untradeable daily from all the dailies. It wouldn't be that expensive to do a few runs and then flip a full transfer list worth of lib or suds. And that would pay for it itself. In general, you can boil it down to you're literally just trading to make coins to pay for the SBC. Yes, that is 100% true. But what I'm trying to get people to do, it's a deeper thing than just justify paying for the League SBC. I'm trying to get people to understand why these SBCs have value, why people will still spend it regardless of the price, and how you can make coins off those people. So for example, after I do these 10 runs, I'll be done for the day. But then I'm going to continue trading and flipping. So I'm going to be doing more trading. I'm going to be looking at prices. And let's say tomorrow morning I wake up and I see Lib and Sud cards are 1,000 or 1,500. In my head, since I have the market knowledge now of what things got to, I'm going to be like, holy cow, this seems like the easiest investing opportunity in the world. Let me put hundreds of thousands of coins into this. Let me put 1 million plus into this in club stock. And then when they raise into the evening, boom, just print coins. So very similar to last year when people complained about prices being high. This is the most straightforward workaround by buying the cards that are going to be used for the SBC, but also selling at a premium. That along with the in plain sight method for bidding and sniping, which if you don't know our in plain sight method, it's instead of losing snipes and bids to bots doing the lowest possible snipes and the certain price of bids, we are instead sniping at the price point that things aren't instantly selling, but looking for the higher rated cards, the rares, things like that. So if things insta sold for 1.9K, I'm not just going to sit there and try to snipe at 1.7 where I'm going to lose every single one and make a few hundred coins per card minimum and sell at that lowest buy now price. I'm going to sit there and if it at 2K, things sell within a minute, I'm going to go to 2K and I'm going to look for like the 74, 73 gold or silver rares because those already have more value initially, but also too can lazy list and rise more into the evening. Talby's the GOAT, man. Absolutely. All right. I'll be right back, boys. I am going to go take a piss and then it is time to do our League SBC runs. BRB. Pill Tools is coming. Finally. All right, are you guys ready? I know a few of you were wanting the Pale Tools stuff, so let me know when you guys are ready and I'll switch over. I don't want to start it and then people are like, wait. Give me a second. Go. You ready? All right. How about, who else was asking? Breck's ready. I mean, I guess I can go back in the stream and find it too. Okay. Yeah, we'll go. We'll go. Test. Sunderland is the best team in the Prem. Test. Test. Sunderland is the best team in the Prem. Test. Okay. Let's remove sub count on screen. I ain't finna have a clue. We'll walk through the basics. We'll do two things. We'll show how to get to Pale Tools. Tools, and then how to set it up. Awesome. Okay, this is going to be a video? Yeah, we're going to make this into a video. So you'll see it live, and then this will also be the upload for tomorrow. Whether or not we add more to the end of this video, like showing other runs and stuff, I haven't decided yet, but I'm going to show you kind of just like baseline step by step because people want some sort of a grind. I should probably turn off my PlayStation so you don't hear it in the background. Things are going to sound like it's at the airport. Okay. We should be good. We have that up. I'm not going to be able to see chat for just a little bit, okay? I'm back, boys. Welcome back, buddy. So I'm not going to be able to see chat. So if you guys are typing in chat for like the next 5 minutes, I will not see your message. Just a heads up. All right, we should be good. Yo, what is up, ladies and gentlemen? It's your boy Mumble. Welcome back to another video. And today we are going to show you guys how to use Pale Tools. In particular, we're going to show you the premium mixed league upgrades, but we're going to walk you through how you can find Pale Tools whenever there's an update for it, steps you can kind of take to do this on a day-to-day basis, how to set up the SBCs and kind of be as efficient as possible. So things will change in terms of like the exact things we put in, but this is what it is for now. So if you do enjoy, smack the like button, subscribe if you're new, and put in the comments if you have any questions. So what is Pale Tools? Pale Tools is an extension that you can use over the web app. If you type in Pale Tools on Google and click on this website right here, if you click on the Pale Tools version 25 or whatever it says when you're there, if you go to the most recent one right here, hold it down and drag it onto your bookmarks, all you got to do is put it here. So you see the Pale Tools there. I then log into my web app. And then once I click Pale Tools, it should change to the Pale Tools layout. Now with this, a bunch of cool new features pop up. You see that it showed us the objectives and new content that came out in the middle of the screen. You'll see over here I have a different Pale Tools setting where I can do different things. Take some time and scroll through this and read for yourself what all these things say. What I usually do when I'm in here is I set important leagues and nations. So what I do for League SBCs in particular, we're sticking with the Premium Mixed League upgrade, but there's also the Mixed League upgrade out too. So all those leagues that can be used in those, I set those as an important league, and that's going to be crucial for one of the steps of this grind later. But that's step number one. You want to set that up, get that in there. You can change some of these settings here, like disable the pack animation and stuff like that to help speed stuff up. But then what we're going to do is we're going to go to SBC templates. Now, in the past, what people would do is they'd go into an SBC section. For example, if I went into here and wanted to do the Prem and La Liga, I could go edit an SBC. I could go by hand, put in all the stuff that I wanted to set for what I wanted to put in for the SBC, and then do it over and over as we get the cards for the SBC. The issue with this, though, is every time a new version of Pale Tools would come out, you would have to go in by hand and change that all over again. So what Pale Tools added instead is if you just make a template through SBC templates, you can name it and save different things. So as you see here, we have some player pick stuff saved, some stuff from FC25. It looks like they're still left over, 8410 Unlimited. But in particular, we have some of the sections for the premium mix that we're going to go through. So first and foremost, let's start with the highest section, the Prem and La Liga. This gets you a small rare gold players pack while it's out. This is what we have in for it. Now, you can just take screenshots of these. You can use these yourself. If you want to change things, feel free to do so. I'm just going to run through why I have things set the way that they are and what it does. And then as we go through, we'll complete the SBC as well. So first and foremost, we're using Prem and La Liga players. For me, I usually have a lot of La Liga teams more than a lot of Prem ones. But also, too, for me, I don't watch La Liga as much. So a lot of their badges look somewhat similar, and it's hard to differentiate the teams. So I like using Pale Tools for this. It does a good job of setting it where I can have max from one club, so it doesn't pull more than one from there. Player count, I want 4, and we want gold rares. We can put a minimum and max rating, so I have a minimum 75, meaning the lowest rated it will use is a 75 gold rare, up to an 83 gold rare. Now, on top of that, you can turn on untradables if you want to use untradables only. I have set just to use both of them. I have it set to SBC storage and club. You can change this to just use your club, just use your SBC storage, or you can do your club first and then SBC storage later. I personally like keeping my SBC storage as empty as possible, so doing SBC storage to my club works a lot better than that. So as you set this up, we have the league, La Liga. As I said before, you can set important leagues and nations. The reason why this is important is, let's say this was a player pick or another SBC where all you need to do is put in gold commons or all gold rares. What you could do then, instead of putting an individual league here that you want to use, you could just use not important leagues only. You turn that on and it'll put in all the leagues that aren't included in that list that you put in before. Same thing applies to nation. If you want to use, if you never wanted to use the top nations like maybe Brazil, England, France, yada, yada, you could save those as your important nations. And then when you turn on not important nations, it'll use only the nations that aren't included. So besides that, we'll go back into the Prem La Liga. I have another section here for the gold commons. I have me using 7 gold commons, max from one club 1. And I go from 83 rated as max. I have set here 54 as the minimum. That is wrong. It doesn't necessarily need to be that. It could be put to 75. The reason I put it to 54 is if I ever took off the gold, just wanted to put on some bronzes and silvers, that would pop up in there. So I could change that to 75 and it'd do the same thing. As long as the gold common's in there from La Liga, ignoring the positions, so it doesn't have to be put in the exact spot. We can just move it around and get chem. After that, the third and final one I have set is low to high rating. This one I have down all the way to 54 rated, so I can pull some bronzes first. 83 rated is the max. 8 count. I'm using some more players from La Liga. If you're trying to do a mix of Prem and La Liga and you already have chem, you could change this to Premier League if you want to get rid of your lower end Premier League cards. You also could come back in here, and if you're low on La Liga, change this to Prem, change this to Prem, and change that one to La Liga. So you can go back and forth and switch between what those look like. But here's an example of what I did to get this. I hit build using template after I saved, and then it put in the cards for me. I moved them around. I got myself the chem. Boom, submit. We're good to go. Pack is done. Now, what I like doing when I'm on Pale Tools, as someone who loves grinding the menus as well on console, is I'll usually open the untradable packs on here, where I can just open it real quick, store the items in my club, and then put the item in the SBC storage. As you see here, it has keys assigned on the side. So like you'll see me hit stuff off of screen and you might wonder what buttons I'm hitting. you can assign each of these to your own thing that you want. So for me, I have my Z set to put to SBC storage. If I press Z, it sends it to the SBC storage for me. So that one's opened up. We can now go to the next one. We have Bundesliga Serie A next. I already have this one assigned, so the players are already in there. But if you want to build a template for this one, this is what I currently have in here. We have rating high to low, minimum 75 to max 83, 3 players that are gold rare, max from one club 1, ignore player positions. Then we're going to put in Bundesliga. Then I do low to high for Bundesliga as well. For the rest of the cards, I could put in gold common here as well. But sometimes if I have additional gold rares, I'll leave this blank so I can use more gold rares than needed. It's really a preference thing. If you wanted to just use the minimum amount of gold rares, then the rest gold commons, you could do that too. So gold common, rarity common would work there as well. But I have Bundesliga for that. And then for Serie A, I did a mix. I did one different. I did, instead of low to high or high to low, I did most recent. And the reason I did most recent is with the cards that we're picking up in these packs and putting back in the club, we're getting a mix of silver and golds. So if I did a minimum of 65, meaning I'm using as low as the lowest rating for a silver and as high as an 83, that could be a gold rare, or I think potentially gold common. I don't know how many gold commons are 83 rated. I know there's 82s for sure, but 83s I'm not sure. Player count I have set to 8 just as additional cards. Max from one club I have 1. Ignore player position in Serie A. And usually that gives me enough kind of cards that I could put in from the different leagues. As you see, I have some Serie A here, help me get the 77 rating. But I'd also have some stuff on the bench that's maybe lower rated that I could chuck in to replace maybe one of the higher end Serie A cards if I'm good on the rares and I wanted to see if I could get less rating. But it's as simple as that. Move the cards around, hit submit. There is another pack we have done. If I open that up, we got a small prime players pack there, bunch of league SBC cards, chuck the rest in, and we're just going to continue through this. Now, I'm going to change how I do this real quick. Now that I showed you those two filters, I'm going to go back to back with showing you these two because we're not going to open these packs. We're going to save these for when we're back on console because it's a little harder to deal with tradable cards in my opinion. But then I'm going to quickly run through Prem in the Liga, Bundesliga Serie A, all these all over again very quickly. So let me just show you the filters I have for these, hit submit, and then we'll kind of do another run at speed to show you how you're saving time. Because this might seem a little slow once you're setting it up, but once you have it, it's really easy to do. So for this one, I go a little bit different. We're all going to go our own directions. With the 74 rating that you need, you're going to need usually at least a few gold cards, and you're using a lot of high-end silvers. So you can kind of go a few different routes. Some people might want to put in some bronzes. If you have a crap ton of bronzes in your club, for you to put in bronzes, you're probably going to need more golds. So you could change this to kind of fit your likeness. I like putting 15 players in that are silver because we have a lot of silver Eredivisie. I do max from one club, 1, so that we only use 1 from each club. I do a 15 count. That way it gives me a little bit of a diversity with the most recent, 65 to 74. If you want to set a bare minimum rating, you could set this higher where maybe you, to get the 74 rating with a few golds, want to do a minimum of maybe like 68, 69, maybe 70 even. That's up to you. I find just having a mix of these I can pull from my bench and try to get that 74 rating with a few golds in there. It's going to be hit or miss, but that's what I have in if you want a screenshot. And again, we might rework these in the future or put down in the comments if something looks better. We have high to low for then League 1. I like using most of the golds from here. In terms of the two leagues preference, usually Eredivisie silvers are cheaper and easier to win on snipes to make coins on and the club stock. So I like using those for the Eredivisie. And then League 1 has a lot more golds that you can use from different teams. So I like club stocking both from pack pulls. And even if I needed to mass bid on gold commons from League 1, I could mass bid on gold commons from a bunch of different teams and use those in here. So it becomes very easy to set that up. I do high to low, 75 minimum rating, 83 max. I don't do a rarity for this gold because I like having a mix of gold commons and gold rares. I'm not always going to have gold rares. So a lot of times it is gold commons if I am low. But with the Eredivisie method, with a lot of the snipes we're doing, with a lot of the bids we're doing, I'm picking up a lot of silver rares and silver commons mixed. Their price is relatively the same. So if you have low rare golds, you can make up this with the gold or the silver rares. Sorry, my brain's getting fried right now. So as long as you have the rares needed for the SBC, you're good. I get them from both areas. I also have an additional thing set here where if you have been doing BPM or you have bronze stuff in your club that's just rotting, if you're good with the rating, I have set here high to low, 54 minimum rating, 64 max, player count 4, max from one club 1 from League 1. These are just some additional bronze commons and bronze rares that I can chuck on my bench. And if they're needed at all, if I have the rating, I can chuck one of them in. It gives me a few options to pull from, and I can chuck into the SBC. So that's going to be it for that one. We'll submit that. We got the pack there. Now for the hardest one, Lib and Sun. We have other videos on the channel if you're interested on how high in price these are, how you can make coins off of them, how you can make this SBC cheaper for yourself. I'm not going to debate anyone on that in this video. I'm just going to show you what I use and how I do it. So I like mainly using the silvers. I don't like using a lot of bronzes. I don't like using a lot of golds. If we have some untradeable, I'll use it to help get the rating. But I'm going to mainly show you guys a mix of libs and suds using mainly silvers. So with that, we're using Sudamericana. Sudamericana usually is 100 coins or 200 coins cheaper than the libs on the market. Because usually most people look at the libs, they kind of forget about the Sudamericana cards. So I like using these for the SBC. So I want to make sure I hit the rare requirement. So I start with rares that are silver. I do minimum 65, max is 74, player count 3, max players from the same club 4. I do most recent and I do ignore player positions. This gives me a good mix of rating. If I have higher rated silver rares, I'll use some lower rated silver commons. I'll try to balance it out so I can get that 68 rating. I'll do most recent as well for the commons. We'll do 65 to 74. For this, I do well over the additional 8 cards I'd need to make it 11. I do 15. Again, the reason I do 15 is to give me some players on the bench that I can pull from. If the ones that it puts in my squad are more towards the 65 rating, it's going to be more difficult to get that SBC completed. Another way you guys could do this as well is if you don't want to do a mix of the higher rating and the lower rating, which if you did that, you could potentially fit in some bronzes as well if you had them chilling around. I'll show you that at the bottom here. But the logic you could use is instead of a minimum rating of 68 or 65, you could set the minimum rating to a little higher. Maybe you just snipe or pick up cards that are 68 rated and above. So no matter what, you're just using cards that are good to go and you get the rating. As long as you have the amount of rares needed, sweet. And then you could chuck in a bronze if you're overkill. So that's another option too. If you wanted to mass bid or buy now, only silvers above 68 rated. 68 rated or above, you could do that too. It's up to you. I just set it to 65 to 74, most recent. That gives me a good mix. Ignore position, Sudamericana. Then for the final two, I have a mix. I have some bronzes that I'll chuck in. I'll do Sudamericana bronzes. I'll do 4 count. We'll do as low as 45, high as 64. I don't care if these are bronze common or bronze rare. If I drop that, it usually gives me a good mix. Players from the same club, max of 4. Ignore position. And then at the end, I have for libs. Libs normally have the most golds. I usually have untradeable and tradable in my club at any point in time. Some gold libs. I just use those as a safety, have them on the bench. If they're needed, I can pull them in to get the rating easy. But I do 75 to 79. Player count 3, max from the same club 4, ignore position. And that's good to go there. So we'll submit that. We put it in. As you see, we got the 68 rating. Relatively easy. And we're good to go. So we get the prime gold in the pack. At the end of the pack, we have the 2 tradables. Like I said, I'm going to go to console and open those up later. But I'm going to open the prime gold right now. We got an 83, nice. We got more League SBC cards. Sick. Now we're going to go back in and do these in real time. So this is what it looks like for me. We just got some League SBC cards back. I'm pretty stocked in the other areas, so I should be good to go no matter what. I'll start with the Lib and Sun. I'm just going to put those in right now. We already have the 69 rated. We have the rares needed. We probably don't need that gold. We could get away with something lower rated. So if I chuck in this card instead, that brings us down to a 68. I just need the 10 chem now. So I'm going to move things around, get myself the chemistry. There's 4 chem. Center mid, we'll pop that in. And there we go, that's 10 chem. Submit it, boom, pack done. League 1 Eredivisie, put the cards in. We're at 75 rating, so we're a little overkill with the golds put in. It looks like I have some rares in here. 1, 2, Is that 3 rares there? How many rares do we need? We need just 3. So I could get rid of that gold rare. I could put in something lower. Or I could replace 2 of these, actually. Actually, no, that's too low rated. We'll do that instead. Nope, that doesn't work. Can we do that? Boom. That's a 74 rating. That is a silver rare as well, so we could put in a silver common instead. Do we have a silver common on the bench? We do. Can we submit that instead? Yes, we can. So we take out a rare, we'll move that around, try to get some chem real quick, and boom, 13 chem. That one's done. Bundesliga Serie A. Submit what we have. Looks like we have the 77 rated. Players from the same club and rares we're low on with this. So we'll look at our bench to see what's available. We'll put in Luca instead. Let's take a look at to see what could potentially be from the same team. Looks like we got 2 of these guys. Now we got the rating. We got the rares. Now we just need the chem. So we'll move stuff around. Cam, center back, goalkeeper. And there we go. 18 chem. Overkill. Boom. Final one, Prem La Liga. Put in the mix there. We got the rares needed. Players from the same club. Sometimes you're going to run into this issue where even though you have it set to players from the same club 1, if you're having a separate filter for the gold commons and gold rares, it's not going to differentiate those two. But it gives you some information where it's going to show, hey, actually, no, you know what? It's because we're pulling from SBC storage. If we're pulling from SBC storage, it's going to take cards first that might be dupes from the same team. So that's just something to keep an eye on. If you remove it quickly, should potentially fix the problem. Just look for players in here, the teams they're on. What do I still have? My brain is completely fried right now. What is the same team? Oh, okay, we have one here. Okay. So we got the different teams now. We just need the chem. It's probably overkill with rares a little bit. I'm not going to care too much this run. I'm just kind of showing you how I go about getting it. And boom, SBC is done again. We now can go open the packs. So I could sit here. I personally like opening all packs on console if you wanted to do a quick run and then see like the walkout animations and everything, the hallway. That'd be my preferred way to do it. I honestly don't like using Pale Tools this early on in the year, but it speeds things up so much. So we got those tradable sections. We can go back and do that later. And usually I'm set for a ton of League SBC runs a day. We can keep doing this over and over relatively easily, but I'm going to stop after that. Now, something else you can include if you want additional steps. Usually throughout the week, we'll get something that's a repeatable SBC, like a player pick or some sort of upgrade. Right now, we just have the gold upgrade out, so I'm going to use this as the example. But you can set up a filter for all the, let's say, untradeable golds you're getting, both gold commons and gold rares from leagues that aren't league SBCs. You can set up a filter to put stuff in for here. So what I have set up is just gold commons. You could change it to just be golds in general, so you could use gold rares as well. And like I told you before, we have the not important leagues only selected, so that anything that's not a league SBC card could potentially be put in. I do low to high for this. That way I can put in starting 75 all the way up to 81. If I hit this, boom, I have a bunch of cards that don't fit league SBCs that I can now put into a gold upgrade. And I can go right back in and do that again. See if I have more. I do. Just double check real quick that I'm not using anything crazy. Go back in, do it again. Boom. And this can be a very easy way to build repeatable SBCs throughout the week if you guys are trying to get like player picks or other stuff like that. Or if your dupe storage is filling up a ton, if your club is filling up with a ton of stuff, and you want to get more League SBC cards. As you see there, I got a League 1 card. We just got a Lib card here, so we just saved 3K on packing that gold rare Lib. This is an additional way to save some coins and get some more stuff back in your club while doing the grind. We got an 83 and 84. We could put those into the 85 to 87. Ton of cool stuff you can do with that. So I'm going to end the video right here. If you guys have any questions, again, let me know down in the comments. If you did enjoy, smack the like button, subscribe if you're new. If you have certain filters that work better for you in each of these sections, feel free to help each other in the comments. I have things set to the way I like them so far or what I've used so far. I'll probably switch this as we go, but if you have something that definitively feels better for you, you probably are going to use Pale Tools way more than me. Let us know. But yeah, it's been your boy Mumble Elite. I'll see you next time. God bless. Dang. A little longer than I thought that was going to be. Sorry, guys. We're back. I thought that'd take like 5 minutes. All right. Sorry about that. I have 2.367 liquid. Club stock last specials would probably be at 3.5 to 4 mil. My king is pro. Dude, I'm telling you, get me on a video, get me on a stream. I just start yapping, man. It's a problem, dude. I can't shut my mouth. And like, I'll be in the process of showing something, and then I'll have a thought in my mind, and you'll see the tangent I go down. Like, as I was packing stuff and filling up my deep storage, in my head, I'm like, oh gosh, I'm going to have a bunch of useless stuff put in here. I'm going to have to do something with this, aren't I? Might as well show that off right now, too. Recording videos in one take like it's nothing. I mean, we could do that in more than one take, but there's no need. I don't think there's a soul in the world that is going to get 17 minutes into a 22-minute video about Pale Tools and be like, Mumbo, you took 10 seconds longer than you should have to figure out which La Liga team you had multiple of. You should have cut that out, dude. No, I'm sorry. Do you have a trading Discord or something? We have our standard Discord if you want to join our standard Discord, which is just our community. But we are sponsored with a top 100 trading Discord. If you look in the description, it should be the first link in there. Shout out to that Discord. There's some top 100 traders in there that will help you out make crazy coins if you want to join that one. But yeah. That one, I don't know what the payment methods are. That one costs to join. The one we have is completely free for our community. But that trading Discord, I'm not sure what the payment options are. I'm assuming they take Apple Pay, but who knows? But yeah, lots of those guys are already millions of coins. All right. The gold comments are already going for 3.5. Been spamming BPM all day and going to sell libs and suds through the night when they rise. Thoughts on that? Sounds good, brother. That's a really good strat. All right. Can we win more cards? Let's open the tradable packs first. We got more League SBC runs I got to do too. We're not done with League SBCs yet, brother. Don't you worry. We got a lot of grinding to do. Is that Sexico? Let's go. Yeah. And if you guys want my tip on those gold libs, I would either go, you can go on a sign on them if you want. My preferred way to do it is I win the bids, but I don't pull them from my transfer targets. And one by one, I list them as they rise. That way, by the time I end up selling the rest of them, they're at the even higher prices in the evening. Rip Liverpool? What happened to Liverpool? Are they playing right now? They're losing to Brentford? Excuse me? When does Sunderland play Liverpool? Sunderland plays Everton on Monday. Then that following Saturday, Arsenal, Fulham, Bournemouth, then Liverpool, then City, then Newcastle. Okay. Can we switch to have Liverpool like right now? Clear pen foul on Gakpo right before the second goal. Dude, one of my buddies was texting me during the Sunderland game. I have my phone on Do Not Disturb, so I don't get anyone texting me if they're ahead in their stream or anything like that, or like one of the apps to notify me. So I went off of my Do Not Disturb at halftime, and we were texting, and he said, let me find it. I completely forgot about this. Where is it? He said, can Sunderland please win so I can see a young Kippa crash out? That has to... I need to see it. Where's the Kippa video? Did he do one before the game? And what is going to be Kippa's nickname for Sunderland? Goal? Uh-oh. What channel's the game on? NBC? It's on USA Network. I'm gonna have to take a look. I'll probably start watching the second half. Is it about to be halftime? It's halftime now? Mm-mm. 4,475 discard. Let's go. We scored before halftime. Nice. Tradable lib card and a hunter. I'm putting him in the club. We're selling the hunter. We're putting the lib in the club as he continues to go up in price. Ooh. Daria first owner. Too bad we already have his Evo started. What's the buy bid price for gold libs? They're already extremely up. You're kind of late to the party. Most things are going for 3.5 within the hour, so we were winning them today for 3K and under after new content, but you might be out of luck now. All right, let me go back to Pale Tools and spam a few more. Spam a few more. But this time, we'll have it so I can see chat. So I don't have to ignore you guys. Oh gosh, how do we set this up? Oh! Really hope silver rares go up tonight at 40 unassigned. What'd you buy them at? Because they're already kind of up in price. We've been selling stuff at 2.5 and 2.6 now. Do you guys see that okay? Chemistry there. Who's in the same club? Who's the same? You are. We only need 3 rares. Let me get the chem first, then we'll move some stuff around. Perfect example of just chucking in a silver we have. How many bronze rares are in your club? Lib bronze rares or just in general? I'll show you the full list of things in my club. They include, I think, lib and studs on the side. We have over 1,500 now. Both of them at 2K, like 100. Nice. I have about 300 unassigned. All bought for 3.1, 2.1 and under. I'm about to go unassigned when we're done with League SBCs. I'm going to keep buying. My lazy list is usually most things will go for 2.4 and above right now. I'll compare price and look at the last few minutes. If I see like a 2.4 in the last few minutes, I'll usually list for 2.4 or 2.5. If I don't see anything and it's all lower than that or higher than that, I'll usually list a little higher. Okay, the badges are already hard enough to tell apart. And then you stick the fact in that I shrunk my screen to be even smaller too. Am I blind? Oh, yeah, I see it. CDM. There we go. Sounds completed. Some 83's back. Sick. Prime gold. Trash. Small prime. Eh. What are you going to buy to get on a sign with? I'll probably look at the silvers and bronzes, yeah. So 70 rating. Need more golds. 72. 73. 74. Center mid. You doing Busquets? Most likely, yeah. Couldn't I theoretically buy 100 of the same silver, lib, or sud, list them all up for like 4K and get sales? If it's the same card, you're undercutting yourself, or you're listing at the same price, so it'd be harder to get it to sell at the same price. If you did like the whole silver market, I'm sure you'd get some stuff that eventually sell. That'd be like really lazy. But you'd probably have a lot of hours where nothing sells too. So you'd have both of those worlds. SBC's done again. Prime gold. Small prime. Yeah. Gold. Lib sud. We still have the rares. Good. 1, 2, 3. 6 to 8. 7 right back. See how nice it is just to have like sud used for the SBC, and then when I'm done for the day, either keep the rest of my suds for the next day or sell the rest off, and then mainly focus on the libs for flipping. It feels so nice doing it that way. How are you doing, League SBCs? Aren't they too expensive? The pinned video in chat is how we're doing them. They are expensive, but we make a crap ton of coins off of them with our methods to work around. Perfect. Why do you only use suds? Like we said before, suds are usually a little bit cheaper on the market compared to the libs and less eyes are on them. So for me, they're usually cheaper to pick up, which means it's cheaper to do the SBC. But then also too, the lazy list on the libs I find works better because they rise more too. So having one, instead of splitting your attention in many different areas, I find it easy to keep one as, hey, I'm going to use this for League SBCs, and the other is I'm just going to make all my coins on these. I find separating those makes it a lot easier, on my mind at least. All right, and again, prime gold. Dude, where are the walkouts at, man? Small rare gold. Send non-dupes to the club if we have any. All right, just for the sake of, I know Monday will most likely get a repeatable. We're going to do gold commons and gold rares. Now, I'm actually going to do gold commons first. I'm going to add one for rares after. But that way we don't accidentally put in an inform that's untradeable accidentally. So not important leagues. Rare. Low to high. Yeah, we're out of the commons mainly now. I think we're now to... Wait, what? SVC storage, my club. Oh, it's pulling the SVC storage ones first. Good. So it's cleared my SVC storage first. Brilliant. There we go. Wait, Susan. Is anybody's untradeable only section bugged? Or is that just me? I'm putting on untradables and saving. So that's something we got to watch for. I've been putting in some tradable things. And probably some gold rares tradable that I could quick sell instead. Yeah. Okay. We got to be careful of that. If I start quick selling things right away, it won't matter too much. Currently doing old silver method, mass buying for 150 and then selling for 300. I've been getting quite a few sales for each hour. If you get a full transfer list of 100, how many sales per hour do you think you're making? Lib silver. And what do you notice with the ones that are selling? Are they any League SBC cards? Because I bet some are maybe Eredivisie. But W, man. Lib silvers are on the up. Some of my club are 2,400 already. Yeah. Mine is, can you send duplicates and it takes what's on your transfer list? I've seen Hanser can, so it makes BPM better because all the dupes that don't sell, just put them on. I don't know if there's a setting for transfer lists. I can pull from my transfer list back in the club. So like I can go to transfer list right here and I can relist the things that didn't sell. But if I, let's say, used a sud that was in my club and I had a dupe on my list, I can send non-dupes to the club. And now they're there. Another nice thing about Pale Tools too when it comes to like club stocking. Let's say you're using our method of silver libs for the League SBC, but you're selling, or silver libs for selling, silver suds for using. I could, instead of getting the same dupes over and over for the silver rares, I could just put in something like this. Let's go to Sudamericana. I don't know what the price of stuff is right now. But I could go to the market and it'll show me what I have already, grayed out, versus what I don't have. And then I could just buy the card I don't have. This is also how we club stocked all the bronze rares, the 1,500 we have. A lot of those without running into duplicates that often. All right, back to League SBCs. How many runs are we at? We are at 25. So I think we're close to the 10 for the day. Okay, not enough rate in there. Here we go. Press X when doing an SBC. Uses the players from the list. Okay. Nice. Now, again, let's discuss something from a different perspective. If you're using our methods for League SBCs for in bulk rather than a one-off, we mentioned how obviously the more you do, the more you're spending. But the more packs are also opening too. The more things you're getting. The more chances you're going to pack crazy stuff along the way. We're not calculating in the crazy stuff in terms of like, get to 100 League SBC runs and by then you'll have a million coin tradable player that you can sell back to the market and you make all your coins back. But like the more you do, theoretically, you're going to get more stuff more often. That's another nice benefit. Do we have 2 Roma? Yeah. We need another rare. Bundesliga. Cam. Prem La Liga. I want to switch to Prem eventually, but I'm afraid I'm going to put my Sunderland players in even though they're locked. We're just chilling with a million Prem players. Everything but the rating. SBC Storage Prem. There we go. No walkouts again. I feel like pack weight on Pale Tools is worse than on console. Another 85. Okay, we got 4 more there. There's that. Probably say 15-25 per hour, but a lot seem to be main nation center backs. So the silver center back method could still be going crazy. Let's go. Feel bad for Nick at the moment. Man's getting so much backlash for his recent video. Wait, what's he getting backlash for? When a mass open, we can still use. Probably can. Press X. Which, are you live? Good question. Let me check. I need to get a haircut. So I should probably end soon. Are you using any plugins? I'm using Pale Tools. What plugins? What would be a my brain's fried, I'm sorry. I'm getting to the end of the road. What would be an example of a plugin being used? Rares. 78, left back. Cam, right back. Pale Tools is a plugin. Can a extension be a plugin, but a plugin not always an extension? Is it one of those? Because I never know exactly what to call it. All right, prime gold, sweet, small prime, small rare. Okay. We'll check this in the club. Let's go back to console. We'll open up these 5 tradable runs. I got banned last year using it for SBC automation. By automation, having it make the packs for you where you're doing no work. I don't use that, so I won't know. As long as you're doing it for the pack opening, like making it so pack animation goes away, you're building packs by hand with the shortcuts, you should be good. I know 0 people who've gone banned over the past few years doing it that way. It's usually always the sniping that gets people. The snipe bots. Has anyone actually packed anything decent worth a lot from League SBCs? I've done a lot. Just fodder. That's all really. Seems low pack weight. It feels like day one the pack weight was relatively high. I don't know if that's because we're just seeing the best kind of polls on Twitter. And it's kind of a figment of our imagination or what. But it definitely feels like the pack weight's down now. Which, with the price, it's funny how the pack weight doesn't feel like it's anything. You'd think it'd be the opposite. I feel like pack weight would be crazy with the price. The Pale Tools build using a template doesn't work for me. Any ideas? When you built the template, did you build the template inside the SBC or did you build the template in the template section? Because if you built it in the template section, you got to add it to the SBC. Then you want to put it in. That might be the step you miss. Double lib in this pack. Oh, we're balling, boys. We're rich. Double tradable lib. So we just happened did the 85 to 87 upgrades and pack back-to-back Messi and Ronaldo. That's wild, man. I think my idea is maybe do 1 to 2 runs through the League SBCs a day and keep them for Team of the Year. Could be a good idea. Could be. We'll also probably have a lot more menu stuff to grind during Team of the Year, so or getting closer to Team of the Year, so feel free to enjoy the game when it's out now as well. If that's the way you enjoy it, that's one thing, but I know there's a lot of people who put off opening any packs or having really any fun, and they save everything for Team of the Year, and then we get an 82-20, or we get exchanges, and then it's like, oh, we didn't need to do that necessarily. So that's why, for me, I personally prefer liquid coins. If I can get, usually it's 5 to 10 mil by Team of the Year. This year I'll probably do just 5 mil. It gives us enough to work with. That way, no matter what, even if, ooh. I thought she was in packs last week. Wasn't she in inform last week? I'm so confused. Or unless I packed her like right when the new one came out. Huh. Yeah, she must be this week if we packed her. I just thought maybe there was an off chance there's a glitch and I get compensation. I built in the SBC. When I press it, it feels nothing. Can you go to edit on the SBC and double check? It's putting nothing in. Like 0 cards. Go into the edit of it to show that it's not empty. Just gotta double check that. Another lib tradable. Let's go. Broke at the moment, spent all my coins in 2 weeks. Hopefully they arrive soon. Probably end of November would be my guess. So probably a month. If you're trying to get really high return. What were you saying about staying liquid coins for Team of the Year? I'm thinking about doing the same and want to try only use first round cards. Find them. Oh? McGuire! Tradable! Let's go! I'm definitely keeping that. And a Hunter. W, man. I was saying, the reason a lot of people... I'm just going to put some perspective on this. The reason a lot of people save packs for Team of the Year is they want some sort of pack opening or some sort of grind during Team of the Year. My kind of... to ask people who are doing that to question it a little bit is multiple things. It's one, if you had liquid coins and we had, like, let's say league specifics come out like they always do during Team of the Year, what packs would be better that you saved or you're putting coins into now? Because a lot of the way people are talking about it, it's not like they did objectives, they did their rivals, and they're saving those packs. Some people are, but some people are spending coins on league SBCs and then saving some of those packs. You can, there's nothing wrong with that. But would you rather have, let's say, a crap ton of coins you're saving to have one of the sections of the League SBC? Or would you rather keep some of those coins liquid and instead of buying out an additional few runs of League SBCs each day, you use those liquid coins to either right now or at some point before invest in gold rares to do them as cheap as possible when those League specifics come out and then recycle all those, or do like an 82-20 unlimited grind or something like that. Like, worst case scenario, we usually always have player picks and league specifics. Outside of that, usually league SBCs will always be around during it then as well. So you could do league SBCs then too, or right before. My thought though is, if you have the coins, you can then use the coins for whatever grind best suits you or whatever brings you joy and happiness. For most people, it's probably not league SBCs or a crap repeatable right now. But as we go throughout the year and we get closer to Team of the Year, much more stuff becomes valuable. We'll get better repeatables that you can save, and so on and so forth. Making more coins or buying players when needed for SBCs. Mumbo, in like 1 week to 2 weeks time, do you think lib sub prices will be way lower? If we don't know if League SBCs are coming back right after and they're set to expire, I would assume there's going to be a decent chunk of people trying to sell off all the ones they have, which will cause a downward trajectory in price unless they get leaked again. But there might be the case where they don't go completely down. People then invest in them hoping the SBC comes back. it either doesn't come back or it changes and they no longer have the value and that investment's not as good. You could do that. I mean, there's the chance it could happen. Regardless, if you use our methods, you're safe no matter what. If they have value and you're picking up less than the buy now and you're listing a little above the buy now, you're making good coins. Regardless if they're up or not. They could be 1,500 coins and it works. They could be 3K and it works. So sniping or bidding on silver lib stud cards for lower prices, like when we were sniping regular silvers for 150 and selling them for 300? Yes and no. It's different market you're selling to. You're not selling to a person who's going to buy a card for an SBC solution necessarily. You're selling to someone who's extremely desperate to get an SBC done, and they're willing to pay whatever price it is to get it done. Because you guys are thinking of the League SBC in the sense of like, for me to do, if I bought out this whole section, it'd cost this much. That seems like a waste. A lot of people are doing it by the daily SBCs, getting a ton of stuff untradeable and tradable from the daily packs, where they only have to buy a few cards. So to them, if they buy a few for 2,000, they might be spending 4 to 6K to finish it, and they get a jumbo gold pack that's usually getting them like 10K back, or close to it. So for them, that's how they're buying. They're not caring if the card's up double in price from what it was the day before or earlier in the week. They're still going to buy it. If gold libs get to 5K and they have all their untradeable silvers chilling and they don't have enough rating and they need 1 gold, they might spend 5K to get that 1 gold. It's not like there's going to be 0 people buying them. Or you have people like me. Perfect example. You have people like me who, no matter what happens, I'm still picking up the cards and I'm still doing the League SBC. The difference between how many I do a day, how many I sell on for profit versus use might differ to make up the difference, but I'm still engaging in the market on a day-to-day basis. Does that make sense? Dude, I still can't believe we won. That was wild. At the bridge as well. Yeah, thanks no problem, buddy. All right, I'm gonna sports clips. All right, I just signed up for a haircut. Oh. All right, yeah, I'm going to go get a haircut, boys. Take it easy. That's going to be it. We're not going to be live tomorrow on Sunday. We're taking Sundays off now on. Going to go to church, hang out with people in my community, and then come back and kind of reset for the week. So we'll have the Pale Tools video go up. Have a good rest of your guys' day. Have a good rest of your guys' weekend. God bless. We will see